right now here in the Bronx, and partly cloudy. The rain has moved through the area. We will have baseball here this afternoon. Tigers a chance to win 2 out of 3 from the Yankees, and that would be good considering the Yankees pretty good baseball team and having a really good season. Here is the starting lineup for the Tigers this afternoon, presented by the Southeast Michigan Ford dealers. For Brad Ausmus, he has Ian Kinsler leading it off. He'll play second base, followed by Aducey in right. Upton in left. Miggy is batting cleanup. Nick at third base. Victor Martinez back in the lineup, a DH today. Matuk, McCann, Romine rounded out for the Tigers. They are facing Masahiro Tanaka, presented today by Jeff Glover and Associates Realtors.
And career high 14 strikeouts for Tanaka just 5 days ago against the Tampa Bay Rays. He was sensational. Lots of swings and misses. Tigers must get him up in the strike zone. Overall this year, he has not been that good, so the Tigers must get him up to get some good swings against him this afternoon. Let's take a look at the New York Yankees starting defense. It is brought to you by Tim Hortons. They've got Ellsbury getting the start tonight in center field, Judge in right, Gardner in left. Sanchez, Gregorius, Torres, Headley round out the infield, and Gary Sanchez is the starting catcher. Third consecutive day that Gary's been behind the dish.
And we are ready for baseball here this afternoon. The 28-year-old right-hander Masahiro Tanaka ready to go to work. So is Kinsler as he steps in. Ian 2 out of 9 in the series. And here's the first pitch of today's ball game. Kinsler shoots a line drive to left field, base hit. Ian hunting that first pitch and driving it to left.
And the key to Ian getting that first hit, knowing that you can't let Tanaka get ahead of you if he's going to throw you a first pitch fastball. And this one's up in the strike zone. When Tanaka's living up in the strike zone and trying to throw the ball right down the middle, those aren't going to make it to the catcher's glove.
Tigers very quickly have the leadoff man on. Here is Jim Aducey batting in the 2 slot, playing right field. Tanaka early on from the stretch throws ball 1 to Aducey.
Aducey's had a pretty nice swing in the limited time he's played in the big leagues this year. He really likes to drive the ball the other way. Even when you pitch him inside, he's got a nice little inside out swing and a lot of base hits to left center field and left field for Aducey.
Now the 1-0. Right back up the middle into center field. That's a base hit. Kinsler will go to second and stop there. And the Tigers greet Tanaka with a pair of singles.
Tanaka was so good in his last outing. We told you 14 strikeouts in that game, 18 swings and misses on his cut fastball, sinker, and his split-fingered fastball that he throws quite a bit.
He has not had any success in daytime baseball, though. In fact, his opponent's average in day games is over 400.
Yeah, ERA 14, 0-5.
Here are the numbers in his last start. The 14 punch-out game of the Rays, allowing just 2 hits and 1 run. The Tigers have 2 hits already.
He's had pretty good control, too. He hasn't walked a batter in his last 23 innings. That's why the Tigers can be aggressive today on balls up in the strike zone.
Here is Justin Upton. Swing and a miss, 0-1 on Upton.
Although Jay Up might like one of those balls at the bottom of the strike zone. He got one in last night's game against CC Sabathia. It was a breaking ball that looked like it was going to bounce. But Jay Up caught it before it bounced and hit it out for his 18th homer of the season.
And his 68th RBI. The Tigers raced out to a 4-0 lead last night. Had to hold on 4-3. Now the 0-1. Bouncing ball to third. That is a fair ball down the line. They'll get 1 run in. Maybe 2. Aducey coming to third. They're going to stop in there. It'll be a double and an RBI for Justin Upton and a 1-0 Tigers lead. 3 straight hits greeting Tanaka.
Tanaka got the ground ball he was looking for on a ball that was down in the strike zone. Jay Up right inside the third base bag, right past Frazier with a double, and drives in the first run of the contest. Tigers off and rolling now.
3 straight hits, nobody out, and they'll bring up Miguel Cabrera. Tigers jumped out to a 3-0 lead in the second last night on the Aducey home run, or the Hicks home run rather. And now here is Miggy. And Cabrera fouls it back 0-1. So Tanaka, 3 batters into this game already, has given up more hits than he did in his entire start last time out. Infield back here against Cabrera, slightly to right in the outfield. Now Tanaka with the 0-1. Swing and a miss. 0-2 on Cabrera.
And very important for Miguel in this particular situation to make sure he puts the ball in play. If he just goes in this direction with a ground ball, that scores 1 run, and that gets Jay up over to third base as well. So very important for Miguel just to do his job here, even though he's falling behind. No balls and 2 strikes.
50 RBIs this year for Cabrera. The 0-2. Wouldn't chase that one. 1-2. Miguel right now is sits safely in his last 5.
Forgot to mention with that Ian Kinsler base hit, he has now reached base safely in 20 consecutive games, which is the longest such streak in the majors right now.
He didn't waste any time. First pitch of the ball game. So Tanaka working from the stretch almost exclusively here in the first. Miggy waits on the 1-2. Swing and a foul tip with the glove for strike 3, and Tanaka strikes out Cabrera. Here's Chevrolet's most dependable player. Nick Castellanos comes strolling in. And for Nicholas, he is approaching 500 career hits. Most by a Tiger before age 26. Travis Fryman at 692 back in the early 90s. Last time you saw a young Tigers hitter with that many hits.
And Nick loves the first pitch, but he needs to make sure Tanaka gets it up if he wants to swing at this one.
Swing and a miss. 0-1. Good breaking ball away, and now Castellanos behind the count. 3 for 7 in the series. He's had a double, had the 2-base hit last night. Tigers trying to give Zim a nice little early cushion here. They've already scored 1. Leadoff singles by Kinsler and a Ducey. A double by Upton scored a run. Now Tanaka with the 0-1 pitch. That'll bounce in. 1 ball and 1 strike. It's going to be a long road trip for the Tigers. It would certainly be a boost if they could win 2 out of 3 here against the Yankees team that has forged their way to the top of the East. They came in a half game behind Boston. Red Sox a dramatic win last night. Joe Girardi in his 10th season.
That was a crazy game they played in Boston last night. Both closers basically blew the save. Eventually Boston with a walk-off win.
Here's the 1-1. That'll get away from Sanchez, not far enough. Quick throw down, and Ducey got back.
Nice anticipation there by Ducey. He was anticipating a wild pitch. Tanaka throws a lot of balls at the bottom of the strike zone. But a really nice job after he broke home, recognizing that the Sanchez, the catcher, was over there to get it. He had to scamper back to the bag. I like that aggressiveness, though.
The Yankees will give up another run for a ground ball here. 2-1 on Castellanos.
Yankees averaging about 5 runs on the offensive end here at home, so they feel like they're going to score a few runs today.
Now the 2-1. Inside, 3 balls, 1 strike.
Which is why they can give this run up here early in the game.
Yankees played their best baseball here at home. They've been a terrific home team. 32-19 this year.
Pretty good.
Meanwhile, a fabulous count for Castellanos. 3-1.
After swinging at the first pitch slider out of the strike zone, Castellanos has done a nice job of laying off that same exact pitch.
Swing and a miss. Another slider. Full count now, 3-2.
And no doubt Castellanos looking for a fastball in the 3-1 count, and a real nice pitch here thrown with a lot of confidence by Tanaka. It's a well located slider.
Early trouble for Tanaka. Fans barely had a chance to get into the seats. The Tigers have a run. Swing and a miss. He struck him out. Foul tipping it into the glove, and Tanaka has come back with a couple of strikeouts.
Well, if you're the Tigers, you know beyond a shadow of a doubt how Tanaka wants to get you out. He doesn't have much confidence in his fastball right now, but he has a tremendous amount of confidence in the breaking ball. So early in a count, you can simply look for something off speed and attack it.
Here is Victor Martinez, who is 0 for 4 in this series. Did not play last night.
And Victor really going to have to make sure that they're pitching to him with the base open, even though there's 2 outs. They have a right-hander in the on-deck circle. And I also told you Tanaka hasn't walked anybody in 24 innings, so he wouldn't mind putting Victor on and going after the righty.
Bimar looks at ball 1.
We've heard that Gary Sanchez is a fabulous catcher, but in this 3-game series, we've seen him box up quite a few baseballs.
Yeah, he struggled.
I know he can throw, but from a catching standpoint, I think he still has a ways to go.
Victor, meanwhile, 2 out of 7 against Tanaka with a home run.
Which is why I think Tanaka might be pitching around Victor.
Here's the 1-0. Lifted in the air to center field. It's going to be playable for Ellsbury and minimal damage done. Tigers settle for 1 run as we go to the bottom of the first. We go to the bottom of the first inning, and Jordan Zimmerman will take the mound for the Tigers. He is presented by Family Heating, Cooling, and Electrical.
And Jordan pitched one of his better games of the season the last time he took the mound 5 days ago. 80 pitches in that particular game. Most of those were strikes. He was getting ahead 23 of 7 in first pitch strikes with a good firm fastball, good slider, and lots of curveballs in that outing.
So Jordan now will go to work against Brett Gardner, who will lead things off for the Yankees. The Yankees have a lot of speed at the top of the lineup here today with Gardner and Ellsbury. Gardner batting .261, has a couple of steals in this series and 19 homers this year. And he'll take strike one from Zimmerman.
19 homers for Gardner, a career high as we sit on August 2nd. But we've talked about the home run ball a lot this year. There's already a lot of guys with career high in homers already this season.
A little bit low, 1 ball, 1 strike.
You talked about Gardner's speed, but both these guys at the top of Joe Girardi's lineup both have really good speed. Both guys have stolen over 200 bases. In Ellsbury's case, he's stolen over 300 big league bases.
There's a strike call.
That's the pitch that Zim threw a lot of in his last outing, about 23% with the curveball. The slider's been a really good pitch for him as well, but that curveball, they've been encouraging him to throw that for the last couple of years.
Fly ball left field. Justin Upton is under it, and 1 gone. Here's the rest of the lineup for the Yankees, presented by your Metro Detroit Chevy dealers. You saw Gardner lead off. Ellsbury batting in the 2 slot. He's strolling in, followed by Judge, and then Sanchez, Gregorius, and Holiday. Bottom 3 features Headley, Frazier, and Torreyes is playing second base in this one. Jacoby Ellsbury batting .243. That is in for a strike. Had about an hour and a half rain delay at the start of this one. Still cloudy and overcast. The lights have been turned on here at Yankee Stadium. Jacoby 0 for 3 in the series. And he'll look at a strike again on the outer edge, 0-2.
Of the 80 pitches that Jordan threw in his last outing, 67 of those were strikes. So when Jordan does get on one, he can fill up that strike zone with a lot of quality pitches. Working fast too, Mario.
He is. And when you look back at that last start, 80 through 7 innings, you felt that he probably was going to go on for the 8th, but Brad decided to take him out. He went 7 and didn't walk anybody in that start.
And Jordan said he respected Brad's decision to take him out of the game, but he wanted to stay in the game in a very respectful way.
Yeah, I think most guys, if they're at 80 in the 7th inning, they've got a shot at throwing a complete game. And I'm sure he wanted to stay in like most starters would, but the Tigers went on to bring in the bullpen, and unfortunately the bullpen gave it up that night. Here's the 1-2. 2 balls and 2 strikes now on Jacoby Ellsbury. Rich Doobie has to be excited about the way that Zim went out, conducted business last time. Little chopper back up the middle. Romine will charge. Out at first base, 2 gone.
I would agree with that. Take a look at the Tigers starting defense this afternoon behind Jordan Zimmerman. Upton, Montucaduce in the outfield. Romine Kinsler up the middle. Castellanos and the big fella Miguel Cabrera on the corner, and James McCann as well as Gary Sanchez, the catcher on the other side. Both guys catching all 3 games. Both guys catching a day game after a night game.
Here come the Judge.
Tigers have handled him pretty good so far in the series.
Yeah, just the 1 long ball that he hit in game 1. That's about it. In there, another strike from Zim. There's a Judge target out there.
He can hit it wherever it's at.
Judge's chambers again filled up today. 1 ball and 1 strike. Zim working quickly. The 1-1 is outside.
The one thing that Judge will do, he will still chase. He's very talented, a lot of home runs. We've well documented that fact. But he also has 136 strikeouts. But that's part of the package. And when you're a big, strong, physical guy, you can hit the ball 500 feet.
Swing and a miss.
That's what I'm talking about right there. He will chase. Well located pitch here. That's a nice little cut fastball look like.
Apparently somebody in our crew received a subpoena to appear in the Judge's chambers.
No way.
Today. Yep, so we'll see who that might be later on in the telecast today.
All right.
I don't know who that could be, Johnny Kane. But we'll see.
They look like they have fun out there.
They should. This young kid has put on a show this year. fly ball right field, not deep. Ducey is under it, and that's going to be a 1-2-3 inning for Jordan Zimmerman. Nothing as we go to the top of the second, and the Tigers August Digital Ballpark Pass is your ticket to every home game in August. One pass every game, only $54.99. All tickets digitally delivered via your mobile device. Buy yours today at tigers.com/pass. Tanaka back to the hill, facing the bottom three, Matuk, McCann, Romine. Tigers scored a run on the RBI double by Justin Upton.
And first inning, Tanaka already 6 swings and misses from Tigers bats.
Mikey 1 for 6 in the series. Was hit a couple of times in game 1, including on the helmets. Here's the 0-1.
Mikey starts from a really relaxed position in the batter's box. It's almost like a softball swing. Straight up and down, not spread out very far at the feet, probably shoulder width apart, and just relaxing. What other Tiger used to hit like that?
There is someone.
Mickey Tettleton. But
yeah,
he was a switch hitter, though. That kind of straight up and down, just real relaxed. I mean, there's just no tension in the setup. Nice and relaxed.
Mikey is not nearly as upright, but remember Jeff Larish?
Oh, yes.
In his stance?
I do.
He was like a statue.
He was. Didn't move a lick
at all.
Jeff could hit a fastball, though.
Yeah, left-handed batter.
I do remember.
288 for Matuk. 6 home runs this year for the Tigers center fielder. He'll send a ground ball to third, scooped up there by Frazier. And Mikey is out 1 away.
Take a look at the Tigers' first inning against Tanaka. Ian Kinsler got it going with a base hit on the first pitch of the game, and that extended his on-base streak to 20. Ducey followed with a solid single right back up the middle himself, and the Tigers are in business. Jay up with a double down the left field line, but then a real nice changeup here to Miguel Cabrera to get him to strike out. Also got Castellanos to strike out on a breaking ball down, and Victor Martinez on a pitch down. So you got to make him get it up.
Well, here's McCann, who has been as hot as any Tigers hitter. James looks at a strike. 11 game streak for McCann.
I don't think you want to take that first pitch fastball from Tanaka here today, because he's already demonstrated what he's going to do after he gets ahead of you with the first pitch fastball. You're going to get sliders and you're going to get splitters.
McCann 4 out of 9 in the series.
James getting a chance to catch every day now that Alex Avila has been traded to the Chicago Cubs.
I was looking at some numbers on McCann. It wasn't long ago. In fact, it was July the 15th when James was batting 199.
Ooh, he was still on the interstate?
He was still on the interstate midway through July. So here we are 2 weeks later. And because of that 11-game hitting streak, his average is all the way up to 251.
Hitting 450 during that streak.
And Tanaka carved him up. Another good slider there.
Well, if you weren't with us at the top of the show when we were talking about Tanaka and the fact that in his last outing, 14 strikeouts, that's exactly how he got it done. Sliders down, split-fingered fastballs down.
Here is Romine. Andrew has been all over the place this year. In fact, he has played every position but catch. He's at short today. Iglesias another day off.
Here's some numbers on the Tanaka slider. Getting a strikeout 72% and getting a lot of chases and a lot of whiffs on that pitch. You can see the major league average a lot lower than what Tanaka has been able to do with his pitch.
Caught in the air on a leaping play by Frazier. And Romine is robbed of a double. 1, 2, 3 go the Tigers here in the second. No runs, no hits, nobody left.
Tigers on top of the Yankees 1-0, and what a fine play by their third baseman Todd Frazier. And Romine sliced one down the left field line only to be taken away by a leaping Frazier. That had double written all over it.
So instead of down goes Frazier, up goes Frazier to make that catch.
We'll hope Frazier goes down today too.
Well, here is Sanchez to lead things off. Pretty snappy first inning for Zim.
I don't want to say this too loud, but they've also been able to keep this young man quiet in the series, Mr. Sanchez.
2 out of 7. Swing and a miss, 0-1.
Tigers have done a real nice job on the two youngsters, Sanchez and also Aaron Judge, both all-stars. Both batting third and fourth, respectively, in their big league lineups.
It's amazing,
isn't it, though?
Light rain falling now here at Yankee Stadium again. We had about an hour-and-a-half rain delay to start this one.
They got to check that.
They say he was hit?
Yeah, that's what they're saying. Brad and them are checking it.
No, he moved, didn't he?
He looked like he moved it to me.
They're probably going to check this.
Well, they said it hit him.
All right. Leadoff man on.
Ooh.
I don't know.
I don't think we had that real slow look.
Here is Gregorius. Driven to right field but foul. He was way out in front of that one.
This guy's having a good year. I mean, you look at Gregorius' numbers across the board with a lot of the other shortstops that we think are really good in baseball. He's right there. I mean, this is ranks among all shortstops in the majors. Correa and Seager have more than the 17 home runs, but you can see the 27-year-old shortstops kind of playing some good baseball these days.
He launched a 2-run homer in last night's game right down the line, right inside the foul pole.
He reminds me of Pokey Reese. I know we were talking about that earlier today, but Pokey played some infield for the Boston Red Sox. They both had those bow legs. They both played shortstop. They both had the same kind of mannerisms.
Well, Didi certainly has settled in nicely here. You see the umbrellas starting to pop up around the stadium now.
Nice game. Nice day to cozy up.
The 0-2. Driven to right field. And Ducey coming over to make the catch. Gregorius is out of there, one gone. That'll bring up Matt Holliday. This is the first ever start for Zim in this ballpark. He has faced the Yankees before, though, and is 2-0 against them.
Holliday batting only .235 on the season, but he has really good career numbers against Detroit pitching. So anytime the Tigers show up, even though his batting average is low, he comes in with a lot of confidence. He had 2 hits last night.
Ball 1 to Holliday. There are the numbers on Zimmerman. 1.80 in 3 starts against the Yanks. 2-0 record. A whip, which is walks plus hits, innings pitched of under 1, which is awfully good. Got him out in front, popped him up. Shallow left field. Romine back to the grass. And there are 2 gone. Sanchez holding it first.
Here's what Jordan has started to do more of. That's a curveball there in a fastball count. And if you throw a curveball in a fastball count, you're going to get a hitter to look exactly like Holliday did there. He's going to be fooled. He's going to be out in front, and it's going to create soft contact.
Headley, a couple of RBIs in the series, had a 3-hit game in the opener. Veteran infielder has been moved from third to first with the acquisition of Todd Frazier. Fouled back.
He's been doing a lot of that. Swinging early and often. Headley having a good year. You brought this up yesterday. Probably the best year he's had since he played for the San Diego Padres.
Now here are the numbers on the Bernstein advantage against Zimmerman. Jordan has had his number. He had some really good years for the Padres. Spent 7 seasons there. The 0-1. Ripped down the right field line. It's going to go to the corner. Ducey trying to dig it up. Runner coming to third. They're going to stop him there. Sanchez will hold up. It'll be a double for Chase Headley.
And there's a curveball that lands in the inside part of the plate, and Headley just turns on it and rips it down the right field corner. Gary Sanchez running from first base doesn't have a lot of speed, only able to get over third.
25th double of the year for Headley. Scoring chance now with 2 outs. Here's Todd Frazier. And that was the first Yankees hit of the afternoon. Frazier knocked in a couple of runs in the series opener. Otherwise just 1 for 7. Here are the combined numbers: 206 with both Chicago and the Yankees, 17 home runs.
He's got decent numbers against Jordan Zimmerman. He's homered against him a couple of times, batting average about 280 career-wise against Jordan.
1-1. I would think it's somewhat hard to find a spot for Frazier in the lineup because he has so much power. Normally those guys hit in the middle of the lineup, but his batting average is so low.
Right. And they've got a couple of all-stars that are batting in the middle of the batting order for them. And Gregorius having a really good season too with his 17 homers.
Line drive to left field, up and coming on. He'll make the catch. Hit it hard, but right at him. No runs. Hit batter, a double and 2 left. It is 1-0 in favor of the Tigers in this one. Final game in this series. And Menards brings you the big money encounter, the most home runs allowed this season, and Mr. Tanaka is at the top of that list.
27 of them.
Velasco with 27 as well. We'll go to work now against the top of the Tigers lineup.
This isn't the friendliest ballpark to pitch in, though.
True.
For giving up home runs.
Kinsler, Adduci, and Upton. That trio combined to not get a run for the Tigers in the first.
Ian Kinsler, one of 4 active players with 200 or more home runs, 200 or more stolen bases. Gold Glove winning shortstops, had a fabulous career.
There's a ball outside, and the check swing did not go. Kinsler right now with a 5-game hitting streak. It's been a bit of an up and down season offensively for Ian. 9 home runs. Fouled straight back. 1-2. Ian's last homer was on June the 29th, so it's been a while for Kinsler. He had 28 of them last year. Pop that one up. Going to be a tough play. Headley circling, and he hauls it in.
Everybody across the country talking about the special catch that Torrey Hunter made in last night's game, and rightfully so. One of the best catches you'll ever see. But on Monday, Adduci made a real nice play here, jumping up over the wall to take a home run away from Todd Frazier. Looked like he got a little help from the fan there, knocking that ball into the glove. Did you see that? Looked like the ball hit the fan's hand and landed in his glove. Did you see that?
Ducey said that he actually felt the fan's hand push the glove into the baseball, which helped him catch it.
Yeah, if we could get another look at it, it looked like it hit that young man's palm of his hand and landed right in the glove of a Ducey.
Tanaka's 0-1. Tried to thread the needle in the outside corner, couldn't do it. 1 ball in, 1 strike.
And Gregorius, the shortstop, is playing a Ducey straight up the middle. But a Ducey likes to hit the ball right where the hole is at shortstop. He's done it a lot this year. And they're pitching him away.
Fouled away.
That catch one more time. Look at the fan at the hand. It did. You see it?
Did it?
Absolutely. Take one more look at it. Right there. Hit his hand.
It did change directions. Great catch. Ripped down the right field line. This will be extra bases. Ducey motoring to second. Judge's throw is going to be late, and a double for Jim Ducey.
I just love the way that the kids, well, they're not really kids. The players that have been in Toledo most of the year, when they've gotten an opportunity, the kind of energy they bring and they play with. Ducey, when he smokes this ball down the right field line, he is thinking 2 right out of the batter's box, and rightfully so. And he also knew he had to really hustle to make it safely with a slide, because Judge has a pretty strong arm in right field and played that carom perfectly.
Ducey is a big guy, but he runs pretty well for his size.
He does.
He motors. Here is Upton, an RBI chance. He doubled in a run in the first inning. J-Up had 15 RBIs in the month of July. Maybe more impressively, his on-base percentage, .427 last month. Ball 1. Tigers already have 4 hits against Tanaka.
And Tanaka likes to work at the bottom of the strike zone. Justin Upton is a good low ball hitter. His double today was on a good pitch down. His homer last night was on a ball down in the strike zone as well.
Ducey is 2 for 2. You almost took him and picked the stick, didn't you?
I did.
Ducey?
Yeah, but I told you why I didn't, though.
Yeah, because he might be lifted late in the game for a pinch hitter.
Right.
And he would lose those at bats.
Exactly.
If the opposing manager wanted to play matchups.
We might have to tweak that.
That rule?
Yeah, I mean, if you take a Ducey and just say they bring in a left-hander in the 6th, and they pinch hit for him, then whoever pinch hits for him, that should take his place, I think.
I think you need to write a formal petition.
Do we?
To the commissioner.
I tried that last week. It didn't go very well.
How'd that go?
It didn't go very well last week.
It got shot down quick.
It got shot down quick.
2-0 pitch. Rolled foul.
Don't you think that's fair, though?
You know, I don't know. Here's the home run first last night.
It's a ball down. J-Up likes it down there. Golfed it out of here. 18th homer of the season.
I think part of the intrigue in making your selection every night is the fact that that could happen. So that makes a difference on whether or not you take the guy. And today, great example. A couple of hits already for Ducey. Here's a 2-1. Swing and a miss. 2-2.
Good breaking ball. Tanaka has a good slider today, especially when he gets it down. It's got a late break to it. I mean, it kind of looks like a fastball all the way until about right there, and it just kind of darts down to the outside corner. You can't be over aggressive on that pitch. At least try not to be over aggressive.
Cabrera waiting on deck. Tigers trying to extend a 1-0 lead here in the 3rd, and a game delayed by about an hour and a half because of rain. Upton takes low. Fill it now 3-2, and you can see everything is just low and away to Upton.
And the Tigers, for the most part, doing a pretty good job of making him get it up. I mean, they've got some decent swings against him. They've also swung at some balls that have been out of the strike zone, but by and large, not too bad today.
just got a piece staying alive, and once again Tanaka staying away from Upton, who is feeling it now.
Yeah, you know it. Jeb trying to catch his breath. Nobody can do. Everybody staying away from. Yep. Can't nobody help him.
Well, we've all been there.
Yes, everybody just got to stand away.
Well,
Kevin Rand don't even go out. He can't do.
Most of us have been there at least.
Can't nobody help you.
I mean, there's nothing you can say or do.
What are you gonna do?
Only time will take care of that. No magic spray. Now Tanaka again with the 3-2 pitch. And once again he fouls it off. Boy, Tanaka, look at that Fox box there, man. Everything is just outside of the box, low and away in the outside corner.
Right.
And he continues to go down there and stay down there. Good at bat though for Jay, up 7 right now. There's Fox Tracks. Now Tanaka ready again with the 3-2. Swing and a miss, and he finally got it again. He went down there with a slider, and J.Up goes down swinging. Going to leave it up to Cabrera.
And 4th strikeout of the contest already for Tanaka. And you could see how that ball looked like a fastball all the way until right there. And once you make your decision to swing, and that ball just kind of darted underneath the bat of Justin.
Now Cabrera, who fanned in the first. Come on, Miggy. Big 2-out hit here. He typically has done well in this yard. 347 here at Yankee Stadium.
Remember those 2 home runs he hit against Mariano Rivera in this ballpark?
A couple of years ago, yeah.
Oh, my goodness. Just 2
electric
classic at-bats. Unbelievable.
That's when Rivera watched one of them sailing, and you can see him mouth the word, wow.
Yeah. He did it back-to-back days, homering against him.
The number 42 of Rivera, of course, Jackie Robinson as well. Here's the 1-0. Fouled away, 1 ball and 1 strike.
Rivera was the last active player to wear number 42. Miguel a little upset with himself. He got the pitch that he was looking for, and he fouled it straight back. But that's just how things have been going for Miggy lately. But as you said today, sooner or later, Miggy's going to get it going. He just has to.
Well, I mean, you would think. And we're still waiting, and he has shown signs every now and then. Here's the 1-1. Driven to right field on a line. Judge will make the catch and a leaping play in right. And that's the way it's going for Miguel Cabrera.
of the game. Jordan Zimmermann taking a page out of Anibal Sanchez's book, using that breaking ball to his advantage, especially in fastball counts. And when you're able to do that, you keep good hitters off balance and you create some soft contact. So far, so good for Jordan Zimmermann. Also throwing a lot of first pitch strikes as he did in his last outing.
Sit back to the hill now as we go to the bottom of the third. He's got the bottom of the lineup. Number 9 hitter Ronald Torreyes will lead things off. Jordan hit a batter, gave up a double, no damage in the second. Torreyes playing second base today. .288 batting average. Strike one.
Torreyes is a little fella, man. 5'8", 151.
I didn't realize that. We've seen him before, not a whole lot of him, but he is a little guy.
I mean, the only guy in the big leagues smaller than him is Altuve.
0-2.
Just goes to show. You don't have to be 6'5" to play this game. You could be 5'11" and 150 and still be a productive big league player. 8 of 9 in first pitch strikes so far for Jordan Zimmermann, which is exactly what he did in his last outing. He was 23 of 27 5 days ago.
Ooh, he chased him up top. Torreyes out of there, one gone. We bring in Johnny Kane.
How you doing? We're out here in the judges' chambers, section 104 here in right field. I'll tell you what, these guys are pretty mild-mannered for right now. That's because obviously Aaron Judge not yet up to bat. But here's the thing about this place out here. So basically in late May, you know, Aaron's having such a heck of a season that they decided to basically put this up faux wood paneling out here to resemble a courtroom, if you will. And then some lucky fans, they show up to the ballpark, and if you're wearing Aaron Judge gear, you basically get selected. You get the option to trade in your ticket, coming in here, getting yourself a robe, and also a styrofoam gavel. Gavel you get to keep and take home. The robe, I'm hoping they're washing them every night.
Where's your robe at, Johnny Kane?
Well, listen, I had to get clearance to get in here.
Hey, Johnny, you better make a run for it before Yankee Stadium security comes and gets you.
Listen, story about that. I do have special ops over my left shoulder, if you can see right here. This place is heavily guarded. It is heavily guarded.
Look at special ops. Look at that guy.
No, nice guy though. We made eye contact. We made eye contact. We're good right now. But you don't want to be coming out here to the judges' chambers unless you have clearance. I'm going to tell you that right now.
Yeah, we learned that the hard way yesterday.
They'll grab you by the collar, get you out of there.
Might even tase you if you're not careful.
Well, we'll see if this place gets going here. Obviously, we want to see Zimmermann work quick inning here, but Aaron Judge in the on-deck side.
All right, well, don't be held in contempt out there.
You got it.
Jacoby Ellsbury, the batter now, with the man on. He'll drive one to right field. That ball is going to go down the line to the corner. Aducey will take it up. And Gardner goes to third base. And there are 2 on now for Judge.
Second time through the lineup now for Jordan Zimmermann. He has to make an adjustment, and he can't wait to make that adjustment. That's a fastball right down the middle. He's already 8 of 9 in first pitch strikes. Most of those have been fastballs. Now it's going to be important for him to make an adjustment, start to throw some breaking balls, because apparently they're looking for fastballs.
Well, they're fired up now in the chambers.
Well, boys, this is it. This is what these guys live for out here. Aaron Judge coming to the plate. Everybody has risen, if you will. Let's see if Zimmermann can sit these guys down.
That was a nice play by Aducey as well, getting over to keep Ellsbury from getting a double.
Judge flying out to right field his first time up. He checked it. Did he go? Yes, he went around. Strike one. Jerry Lane said he went.
Good call by Jerry Lane.
Good speed on the bases right now for the Yankees. Gardner in third and Ellsbury at first. Ellsbury has 14 steals in 16 tries.
336 career steals for Jacoby Ellsbury.
The 0-1. Ball high and Judge laid off. Tying run at third base right now for the Yankees with 1 out.
And Jordan needs to make sure he keeps his double play in order. You can't let Ellsbury get a good jump from first.
Strike call right down the middle.
He was guessing, looking for an off-speed pitch. Took that fastball at 92.
1-2 on Judge. Outside, 2 balls and 2 strikes. You're talking about Judge and the fact that he could play some football, Rod. He was recruited by some big-time schools to play tight end. Out of high school, Notre Dame, Stanford, UCLA all wanted him as a tight end. He chose baseball, and man, is he putting up tremendous numbers as a rookie.
Yeah, I think he chose the right sport.
Runner goes on 2-2, and it's fouled back out of play. Just looking up his numbers at Fresno State. He averaged, get this, he only averaged 6 home runs a year at Fresno State.
Late bloomer?
Well, once he got to the professional ranks, the power really started coming. And this year it's been on full display. 6'7", 282. Marcus Thames.
Marcus Thames, our good buddy. Had a nice conversation with Marcus yesterday.
Runner goes again, swing and a miss. He struck him out. Ellsbury will take second. 2 gone.
That's the one thing that Judge will do a lot of. He will punch out and he will leave the strike zone on breaking balls, and he's been leaving the strike zone more frequently the second half of the season. He's been striking out quite a bit.
Hey, Johnny, what's the mood in the judges' chambers out there after that strikeout?
Well, you know, we could continue on with the jokes, but court is adjourned, if you will. So we're all taking our seat out here, at least for this inning. I do want to just follow up. I had a chance to talk with Aaron Judge yesterday, and honestly, as far as young superstars go in this game, he couldn't have been more polite. He couldn't have been nicer. Very gracious, and he's a guy you root for. Obviously, you know, days like today, you don't want to see him have his best games, but he really is good for the game, and I will just say that to the fans, because sometimes you don't get to see that side. You'll hear people say how good he is, but I'm telling you, I wasn't disappointed with everything that he has coming at him. Still very respectful.
Yeah, a very humble kid who appreciates what he has here in New York. Sanchez now with 2 outs and sends a ground ball to third. Castellanos has it there, and the threat is over. No runs, 2 hits. Yankees leave a couple. We played 3 in the Bronx. 1-0 Detroit. Go to the top of the fourth here at Yankee Stadium, and calling all Spartans, Fox Sports Detroit. University Days are back Friday, August 11th. Purchase your tickets at tigers.com/MSU. Ticket package includes a limited edition hat. Don't miss Michigan State University Day with the Tigers. Get your tickets today. Hey, Spartans being represented out here.
They are.
Well, here's Castellanos now as we go to the fourth inning. Nicholas, then Victor Martinez, and Mikey Matuk against Tanaka, who again escaped trouble in the third. Tigers got a one-out double but failed to score him. And Nick looks at ball one. Strikeout victim in the first was Castellanos. (2-0), and he is attacking Castellanos like he has most Tigers hitters, with breaking balls low and away.
And Nick doing a nice job of laying off of him so far.
That one's in there.
A get me over breaking ball there thrown by Tanaka.
.245 on the year now for Nick. Pulled foul. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Tanaka signed out of Japan back in 2014. The Yankees signed him up to a 7-year contract, and he delivered right away. Had a tremendous rookie season. Was an all-star in his first year in the big leagues. Swing and a miss. He comes back to strike out Castellanos.
Here's Aaron Judge between innings. Sometimes he will stop and take a selfie with a fan as he goes to his position, but this time he just elects to toss a ball into the stands to a lucky fan.
Put a smile on your face.
For sure.
Here's Victor Martinez, who flied out to center field. With runners at second and third in the first inning, Victor stranded 2. And he looks at ball one.
And Victor has a couple of career home runs against Tanaka. Didn't play in yesterday's game against the left-hander CC Sabathia.
In his career, 20 home runs against the Yankees. Checked it. Strike called. Dan Bellino behind the plate.
And Victor was asking Dan, was it on the swing or was it on the pitch? I think he told him it was on the swing.
Ball too low.
And Tanaka has 4 pitches. He's got the fastball, 2-seamer, cutter. He's got the slider. He throws that a lot. And he also has the split-fingered fastball.
Rolled foul right at the first base coach. Vizquel hands out a souvenir. 2-2. Right now, Martinez with a total of 399 career doubles. He's trying to get that 400th. Victor's had some milestones this year.
2,000 hits, wasn't one of them?
Back on the 7th of July back in Cleveland. Right back up the middle. Played perfectly defensively. Frazier throws him out. That'll be a 5-3 ground out. 2 up, 2 down. We'll bring up Mikey Matuk. Tigers got a run in the first. In fact, they did not allow Tanaka to settle in. Single by Kinsler, single by Adduci. double by Upton. It looked like they would get a few more, but they settled for just the 1 run. On a cloudy, overcast day here with the lights on at Yankee Stadium. Had some rain to start the game and put it into a rain delay. Mott took a ground out in his first at bat. Mikey looks at a strike on the inside corner. You know, it's funny, Rod, we're talking about how the center field position was able to shake out with Matuk now claiming it here late in the season. But early on, I mean, Jacoby Jones was the talk of spring camp. He started the year homered on opening day, and really haven't heard a whole lot from Jacoby.
No, we haven't heard what he's doing down in the minors as of yet. No, the Tigers are still high on him, though. He has a lot of talent. He may have needed one more year down in AAA to make sure that he started to do a better job against right-handers, recognizing breaking balls and not leaving the strike zone so frequently. That was really his only issue. He's got a lot of talent. Just kind of left the strike zone too much, swinging at too many pitchers' pitches.
Still a couple of weeks away from considering who might be coming up in September for the call-ups. Here's the 2-1. Matuk rolls it foul, 2-2. Presley did a nice job before going on the disabled list. He was swinging a really hot bat. So Presley on the DL right now. Ducey spent some time on the DL. Two and two on Matuk. Should he reach McCann next? Outside, wouldn't chase. Full count, 3-2. Tanaka has been tiptoeing around trouble most of the afternoon. Almost hit it, ball 4, so it'll be a 2-out walk for Matuk. And that'll give McCann a chance to fan in the second. One of the 5 strikeouts that Tanaka has rolled up in this game. Tigers have struck out a total of 26 times in this series. Good portion of those came in the 15 strikeout game, though, in game 1.
This Yankee staff, they're going to strike out a bunch the remainder of the way. Tanaka has quite a few strikeouts. They now have Sonny Gray in that rotation, and we've talked about their bullpen. They've got a lot of hard throwers down there. They have 3 guys in their bullpen that can reach triple digits. That's unheard of.
Well, with the addition of Gray now, it gives them yet another terrific starter. But the way their bullpen is set up, when you got a guy like Robertson coming out in the 8th inning, I mean, you could shorten games to 5 out of your starter and then go from there. Swing and a miss.
Brian Cashman, their general manager, did a marvelous job at the trade deadline, knowing that Tanaka not having a good year. CeCe only throws 100 pitches per outing. They hadn't had a really good starting rotation. Severino's been good, but still very young. So he went out and got himself another starter and bullpen pieces because he knows that he's going to have to lean on that bullpen. It's almost like, Mario, we're in a day and age where most starters on a nightly basis don't pitch into the 7th inning.
No. And would you say that this trading deadline focused mainly on starting and relief pitching more so than position players?
No offense, no bats really went anywhere. That's why Alavila did a wonderful job getting what he was able to get for J.D. Martinez. There weren't a whole lot of teams in on J.D.
1-2 now on McCann. Well, that's why the Tigers were able to get a nice haul for Justin Wilson, who became a really wanted commodity around baseball. And certainly more teams were in in the bidding and had interest in Wilson than any of the other Tigers pieces. Tanaka down with the 1-2. Sliced into right center field, a base hit. Montook will hit the bag. He'll go to third. Ball is bobbled in center field. They're going to try and score Montook, and they will. The error by the center fielder Ellsbury allows a run to score, and it's 2-0 Tigers. Two-out walk comes around to score.
James McCann stays red hot. I mean, this ball hit very hard, misplayed by Ellsbury, but look at Mikey Montook. He just continued to run. He just relied on Dave Clark to stop him or send him. A lot of guys would anticipate that ball would be caught in center field. They would start to coast into third base, but that ball climbed up the arm of Ellsbury and allowed Montook to score on that play.
Single for McCann. Error allows the run to score, and McCann to get to second.
That walk, by the way, to Montook, the first walk by Tanaka in his last 26 innings.
There's ball one to Romine.
And it cost him.
No RBI on that play for McCann. Andrew hit a line drive the opposite way in his first at bat. It was speared by the third baseman Frazier. The 1-0. 2-0 now on Romine. 2-out walk to the number 7 hitter, comes around to score with a little bit of help from the center fielder Ellsbury. See if Andrew now can drive in the third run of the game. High fly ball toward left center field, playable. Gardner is under it, and that'll end the inning. Tigers get one more, and we'll go to the bottom of the fourth. Nothing now as we go to the bottom of the fourth. Time for the AT&T reliability stat of the game. You look at starting pitchers going at least 6 innings, 6 or more. The Tigers have had 66 starts this year, which is second only to Boston.
And they've also done it in 8 of their last 9 games. So Tigers giving Brad some length as far as their outings that go, and that's allowed him to maneuver his way through that bullpen. Speaking of bullpen, how about Rondon last night throwing a 102 and Shane Green with a 5-out save?
Greeny got up to what, 97, 98?
98.
Here is Gregorius. Holiday and Headley to follow here, facing Zimmerman. First one is in there for a strike.
He's done that a lot today. Lots of first pitch strikes.
Yankees have threatened the last 2 innings, second and third in the second, and the runners at first and third last inning but failed to score. A little bit outside, 1 ball, 1 strike.
And Jordan is 12 of 14 in first pitch strikes thrown so far this afternoon. 3 straight fastballs to Didi Gregorius, that one at 92.
1 ball and 2 strikes. Up to 95 today for Zim. Here's the 1-2. Right back up the middle. It's going to be into center field, a base hit. Let's bring in Johnny Kane.
Hi, Mario. Oh, Jay Zim putting on a little show here for the Waterman family. Came in from Bay City, Michigan. Had a chance to talk to Zim yesterday before the start. You know, we talked about his last outing against the Houston Astros. I know you and Rod were talking about it as well, just the 80 pitches he needed to get through 7. But said his fastball was okay in that start, but he felt like his off-speed stuff was better. Really liked his changeup. That's what he wanted to bring into today. And again, 3 career starts against the Yankees, but never here in the Bronx. You know, the challenge, he said, is this is a small ballpark. You're talking about 314 down the line and right, 318 down the line and left. Got to keep the ball on the ground, let my defense do its part.
No doubt, Johnny. And Rob, when you come into a place like this, do you change anything you want to do as far as how you attack batters? Do you pitch to the ballpark or not?
Well, if you've got command, you can pitch to the ballpark. You obviously want to stay away from that short porch in right field, so you can crowd some of the right-handers. You can stay away from some of the left-handers, but you still have to go into some lefties to keep them honest. But you sometimes have to change depending on which park you're pitching in and the team you're pitching against. I thought Sanchez was really good last night. He threw a lot of off-speed pitches. He threw a lot of changeups. He changed speeds on his changeup. And they really didn't barrel up a lot of balls last night against Anibal. And they haven't done that tonight so far against Jordan.
I remember when Verlander made his start earlier this year in Boston at Fenway Park. I asked him, do you pitch to the ballpark? And he said, you know, rarely will I do that. I know what I can do. I know what makes me successful. And you may be cognizant of certain quirks of a ballpark, but you really can't change the way you go about your business. And Sanchez good again, which was great to see.
I know when pitchers go to big ballparks, they throw high fastballs and let guys hit them as far as they can, like Comerica Park, for instance. Here, hit it. You know what I mean?
Right. Jerry Lane said it went. Ooh, close. Holiday did not like that call. 1-2. Got him, strike 3. Holiday caught looking.
Zim's got a little life on his fastball today and not afraid to throw that fastball and throw this one inside. I mean, that is a beautiful pitch. And a real nice job by James McCann holding it there to give Dan Bellino, the home plate umpire, a really good look at it. That is 93 painted on the black inside.
Interesting strike 3 call there by Bellino. He just threw his arm straight up. 1 gone here now, and here is Chase Headley.
Headley has been hot. They have not been able to slow him down. He's the one guy that's gotten loose in the series. He's had a good homestand, batting .370 on this homestand the Yankees are on, which will conclude today. After this game is over, they got to go to Cleveland for a 4-game series.
Oh, man. Well, that Cleveland team, they're playing Boston right now, so their pitching staff's going to be really taxed going into that series. They got a 4-gamer against the Yanks.
Yes, indeed, because they were 12-11 yesterday. The score.
Right. And they used Miller, they used Shaw, they used the closer Allen. You get into August, man, the deepest teams eventually seem to rise. 0-1 on Headley. 1 ball, 1 strike. Headley's double in the second is his 4th hit in the series. Tigers lead 2-0. A run in the first, a run in the fourth. Swing and a miss. Off speed, 1-2. Mentioned Headley playing third base until Frazier arrived. He's been playing first base and was even getting a little action at second base this year. Outside, 2-2.
And Zimmerman did a nice job of hitting the target, the high target that McCann laid up there for him, but Headley wasn't biting. Headley, in his first time up, he ripped the ball down the right field line. It was a hanging breaking ball on the inner third of home plate.
Ooh. Got him. Strike 3 in the outside corner, and Zim got the benefit of that call.
Change piece. I see you, Zim.
Headley did not like it. He is letting Dan Molino know about it. It appeared to be just a little bit outside.
Yeah, it was.
Right there. We'll take it. Now Frazier stands in. Strike 1. Jordan's done a lot of that.
And for the most part, the Tigers historically have pitched Frazier away. He's got a lot of power, but most of his power is to left field, left center field. Not a whole lot of power to right field. Although in this ballpark, a pop-up will go out to right, as he almost hit one the other day.
Frazier, a hard hit ball his first time up, lining out to the left fielder Upton. Checked it. Didn't go, says Jerry Lane. A sarcastic cheer comes down from the crowd.
Jordan really doing a nice job of mixing up his pitches in this inning. He started out the game throwing lots of breaking balls. In this particular inning, most of the pitches that he has thrown have been fastballs. He's got a lot of confidence in that fastball, Mario. He challenged Frazier with a 2-1 heater right down the middle at 92.
Well, Sim has rolled up 4 strikeouts now, trying to whip the side here following the single by Gregorius. Two and 2 on Frazier. Torres on deck. And he got him. Strike 3. Frazier is caught looking.
He struck out the side. All 3 looking.
5 of them now for Jordan Zimmerman. Leadoff single stranded. 4 in the books here at Yankee Stadium. Fifth inning here at Yankee Stadium. We remind you to spend an unforgettable weekend at Comerica Park playing baseball with former Tigers. The 2017 Field of Dreams Fantasy Camp takes place August 25th through the 27th. Call 313-471 and 2550 or visit tigers.com if you'd like more information. 471-2550 and get more info on the Field of Dreams Fantasy Camp. That'll be fun.
Absolutely.
All right, Tanaka goes back to work as we head to the fifth inning. It'll be the top of the order, Kinsler. Then a Ducey and Upton. First one from Tanaka is up high, 1-0. Single, pop up, run scored for Ian, who singled on the first pitch of today's game. Tigers have 2 runs on 5 hits, no runs, 4 hits for the Yanks. Ian looks at a strike, 1-1.
And slider has been an outstanding pitch so far for Mr. Tanaka, but we knew as much coming in.
One and 2 on Kinsler. Still very overcast here at the ballpark. Lights are on. Kind of a rainy afternoon. He tried to hold up, and Kinsler is out of there. 1 gone. I apologize for some technical difficulties you may be experiencing back home. 1 away in the 5th on the strikeout of Kinsler. That'll bring up a Ducey. Bouncing ball right side. Charging there, Torres. 2 up, 2 down. First time they've gotten a Ducey in this game. It'll bring up Upton with the bases empty. Justin Upton with an RBI double and a strikeout in this game. Tanaka's strikeout total in this one is 6 for the Yankees. There's ball 1. 14 strikeouts in his last start. He has gone 10 or more 3 times this year. He's had a 14 strikeout game and a 13 strikeout game. A little bit outside.
Well, Tanaka gets that slider rolling as he has his last couple of outings, and he also is getting that split finger to tumble. He can be a tough assignment. Tigers able to scratch 2 runs against him so far today. 1 in the 1st and 1 in the 4th.
It's a big swing there by Upton.
Everything down and away from Upton. Pretty much that's the way he's pitched Jay up all day long. His last time up, every single pitch was down and away from him.
Here's the 2-1 pitch. Went around. Man, that thing, it seems like, Rod, it's one of those sliders that you know it's coming, and you just can't hold up.
Well, it looks like a fastball, Mario. I mean, it stays on the fastball plane all the way to home plate, basically. And then all of a sudden, the last 3 feet, the ball just kind of inches its way to the outside corner or off the plate. But by then, the hitter has already started to swing.
And down he goes, a strikeout on another one. 1-2-3 inning Tigers baseball presented by Bell Tire.
Zimmerman's done a marvelous job of changing on the fly here today. Lots of breaking balls early in the game, taking a page out of Anibal Sanchez's book. Lots of soft contact as well. He's only given up 4 hits. But then in the last half inning, he went to his fastball. He allowed his fastball to eat. He got some swings and misses, and guys were taking the fastball because they're anticipating the breaking ball. And he had some strikeouts, guys looking. Nice job, nice adjustment, and by George Zimmerman today.
And as we go to the bottom of the 5th inning, it'll be Torreyes to lead it off. Torreyes, Gardner, and then Ellsbury.
It's the one thing you have to do against a Yankees team that plays with the kind of confidence that they play in this ballpark and has the kind of offense they can generate in this yard. You have to change from inning to inning.
Foster back up the middle. Kinsler is there. And Torreyes is out, 1 away. Let's go to the studio now in Mickey York. And that rivalry, Mick, is never, ever going to die, Rod. I mean, it's probably one of the best in baseball and always has been.
Yeah, I believe so. And you have a couple of bright general managers as well in Dave and Brian Cashman. Brian Cashman, he and his manager, Joe Girardi, they've been together for 10 years. Second longest general manager combination, second only to Brian Sabian and Bruce Bochy out on the West Coast.
Yeah, that duo out there in San Francisco has done a lot.
They have 3 championships.
The 1-1. 2-1 now at Gardner.
There's Joe in his 10th year. He was manager of the year that he managed the Florida Marlins, and he got fired.
I remember that.
How about that? That cat Lorian, man. Could you imagine if this guy was still their manager? I mean, this is a really good big league manager.
Driven deep in the air to right center field. Montook going back, still going back to the track. Right in front of the wall. There are 2 gone.
And Guardy's hit a lot of home runs this year, 19 to be exact. But he hit that one to the wrong part of the baseball park.
Bring up Ellsbury. Girardi is the only current manager that has led his team to a winning record in each of the last 8 consecutive seasons. He's done a fabulous job here in New York, and again, they're back to the point now where they just reload during the trade deadline as they did this year.
It's been like 100 years, dude, since they finished under 500.
Yeah.
No, not really.
Not 100 years, but
it's been a long time.
It feels like 100 years.
That was a joke.
Ellsbury digs in. It's been a long time since the Yankees have been under 500 here at home. Soft liner to center field, and it's going to be caught by Montook, and Zim cruising along now. 1-2-3, 5th inning. now. They have really come back to the forefront this year. And look at all these guys, Brad, that are under team control through the 2019 season.
And not only are some under control through 2019, but several are under control for longer than that. The Severinos of the world and the Aaron Judges and Sanchez's, they're going to have control over those guys for a lot longer than that.
Even the Sonny Gray acquired in the trade on Monday. Tommy Kahnle picked up in a deal before the deadline. They're built pretty well. Of course, that guy right there, Aaron Judge, he's going to be around a while. Very good team. Meanwhile, Tanaka goes to work as we head to the 6th. Here is Cabrera to lead things off. And Miguel lines it foul.
Miguel hit a ball hard his last time up. He lined out sharply to the right fielder, Aaron Judge, with a runner on second base. 13 homers for Miguel, 50 driven in. OPS at .762.
He lined the ball hard his last time up to the right fielder, and it just kind of reminded you of the thunder that is in his bat. We just haven't seen a lot of that lately. And Cabrera trying to get back to where he was. It's been a slow go. The 1-1. 1-2 now on Miggy. That one got Bellino, I think. Yep. Two runs on 5 Tigers hits in this game. No runs and 4 hits for the Yankees.
Sanchez, the catcher, and doing Dan Bellino a favor by strolling out to the mound and having a conversation with Tanaka, and to allow Mr. Bellino to gather himself.
There are really only 2 guys that know what those foul tips feel like, the catcher and the umpire, and they take care of each other. Here's the 1-2. Cabrera, Castellanos, and Victor Martinez.
Oh, Dave Clark picked one down there. A little smirk on his face. Take this, Omar.
Look at that.
Yeah, take this. He olayed it, though. You see him?
Yeah, he looks so casual doing it.
Dave could hit, man. Dave was a good hitter.
On the ground of the shortstop, Gregorius. And Cabrera's out, 1 away here in the 6th.
He was the #1 draft choice back in the day with the Cleveland Indians. He played in the big leagues briefly with them, but he pretty much made his name as a pinch hitter in the big leagues. He was a good pinch hitter.
Also, if a fight breaks out on the field,
don't mess with him.
Get behind Dave Clark. He was a terrific boxer in his youth. Great guy too, man. Just
good people.
Yeah, this coaching staff is just filled with a lot of great guys. There's a ball outside.
I played with Dave a couple of years. 87, 88, we were teammates in Buffalo, New York, and then we moved to Colorado Springs. Teammates there as well in the Cleveland's organization. Terry Francona was on that team.
Castellanos again chasing that slider. Two strikeouts for Nick. One in the first, one in the fourth, and for Tanaka, a total of 7 punch-outs. In the air to center field. Ellsbury going back. He'll run it down. Ball had a little carry on it.
Nice job by Ellsbury. He made a miscue earlier in the game on a ball that James McCann hit to center field that rolled up his arm, but he got a pretty good jump on this one and ran it down. He won a Gold Glove back in 2011. That year he finished second to Justin Verlander in the MVP voting.
After going away and away on Castellanos, that time Tanaka came inside and Nick drove it to the center field wall almost. Here's Martinez now. He's 0 for 2, fly ball, ground out.
Just about every single at bat, Tanaka has stayed away from Victor Martinez. And the main reason, probably he does not want to allow Victor to open up on anything inside and hit the ball over that right field wall, that short porch of 314. Away, away, away with everything to Victor.
Away again, but it caught the corner. 1-1. Tanaka has had 91 pitches now. He went to 109 in his last start.
That's not that many for having 14 strikeouts.
Right. He has gone as high as 112 in a couple of starts this year. But more times than not, he doesn't reach 100.
Lots of swings and misses today on his slider. Just a handful on the fastball.
The 2-1. 2-2 on Victor. You got to hand it to Tanaka. He's not made too many mistakes over the plate. He has continued to pound the ball away, and he's done it again here to Victor.
There's Larry Rothschild, the pitching coach for the Yankees, and that's Tanaka's interpreter. So it looks like they're in some kind of dialogue. I guess they probably just continue to talk, and then he relays the messages that Larry Rothschild has relayed to him when Tanaka comes off the field.
Here's the 2-2. Driven down the right field line. Is it high enough? It is not. It'll bounce up against the wall. Victor rounding the bag, going for 2. And the throw from Judge, not in time. A double for Martinez, and for Victor, his 400th career double. They needed to run hard out of the box to get there.
You don't equate Victor with getting a hustling double, but that's exactly what he's able to do here. And Dave Clark will pass it along to Kev Kinsler first, and then it'll go to Kevin Rand, head athletic trainer, and they'll secure it somewhere.
.400 doubles now for Victor.
6th among Venezuelan-born players.
Mickey's the only other active Venezuelan-born player to have 400 doubles. Here's Matuk now trying to drive in a 2-out run. Ooh, man. Another slider by Tanaka. Walking a ground out, run scored. In fact, it was Mikey that walked with 2 outs in the 4th and scored. Tigers now have 6 hits. Swing and a miss.
Well, you've said that a lot today. Let's take a look at Victor's swing. His 400th double of his career. For the most part, Tanaka had stayed away all day against Victor. He tried to sneak that cheese by Victor inside, and Victor wasn't having any of that. And then he realized that Judge didn't get over there as quickly as he needed to get there, and he was able to get into second base with the slide, and he just beat the throw.
If that would not have been his 400th double, would he have gone for that, you think?
Yeah, I think so. I think he would have went. I think he would have went.
Because he smoked that ball off the wall. You're not used to seeing Victor get on his horse.
Well, that's why I took him and picked the stick today, because I felt like he had some fresh legs. I told you that earlier.
You did. You did. Absolutely. Fresh legs. We saw the fresh legs.
I didn't say nothing about the bat. I said the fresh legs today.
So that's a 2-pointer right there.
Yeah, I'll take it, too.
Good job. Now the Tigers got to get him in. It's 0-2 on Matuk.
Well, Victor can get a really good secondary lead because they're not paying any attention to him. get off as far as they allow you to do. That'll make it easy for Dave Clark to score you if Montook gets a base hit. I mean, you see Teray is way back here. You got DD way back here. If you're Victor, you can get way out here somewhere to get you a pretty good jump. You need to get that good secondary lead.
That time, Mikey, good job of laying off.
Well, he's going to have to lay off this other one. He's going to come right back with that same pitch.
McCann on deck. Tigers trying to extend a 2-0 lead. Ooh, he just got a piece of it, and Sanchez could not hold on.
Get the home plate umpire again? No, that one got Sanchez. He needs a breather.
Canely, the hard-throwing right-hander Tommy Canely, warming up. One of the acquisitions before the trade deadline, and his acquisition making it an even deeper bullpen with a guy that throws upper 90s. Tigers trying to get Zim another run here. He's been really good today, scattering 4 hits. Here's the 2-2, and he popped him up in the air. Right field, it's going to be Judge. That'll end the inning. No runs, a double, and 1 man left. And boy, was that a showstopper last night. I'm not sure you're going to see a better catch this year.
Tremendous. I mean, tremendous play for Austin Jackson in the elevation to get up and make that catch. Hanley Ramirez couldn't believe it. Jackson played some basketball in college, and he showed those hops, didn't he?
Oh, he sure did. Look at that.
It's an amazing catch.
The fact that he was able to hold on to break his fall was amazing. He had to hold on to the baseball.
Incredible catch.
Hazy day here, cloudy day, rainy day here in the Bronx. We started this game in a rain delay. Right now we go to the bottom of the 6th. It'll be Aaron Judge to lead things off, and he swings and misses. Judge is just 1 for 8 in the series. Strikeout, fly out in this one. This is what Zimmerman has done well all day long. First pitch strikes. Swing and a miss.
That's the one thing that Aaron Judge has been doing since the All-Star break. The numbers are down. He's hit a couple of home runs, but the batting average is way down compared to what he did the first half of the season. He's started to chase breaking balls off the plate again. Fastball here.
Ripped right by the shortstop Romine in the left center field, up and cuts it off. And there'll be a leadoff single for Aaron Judge, and we bring in Johnny Kane.
All right, Mario, you're talking about that play from Austin Jackson at Fenway Park last night. How about Mark and Devin? These guys from Livonia, Michigan. You guys were at the game last night. Tell me about your vantage point of that catch.
What was that?
From the catch, you said you had a pretty good look at it.
Yeah, his glove went right over the fence, and then we saw his feet go over, and I was looking at each other, trying to figure out if he caught it, held on. It's a cool experience.
All right, so we got a father-son dynamic here. You guys are at Fenway yesterday.
Yep, drove in this morning for this game, going to City on Friday and going to Camden Yards on Saturday.
What's the occasion here?
My son graduated high school, and we got to go to a little memory building.
What high school?
Franklin High School.
All right, way to go. One of Franklin's best, doing a little MLB stadium tour. Saw a good one last night. Let's hope the Tigers can put one together today, man.
All right, Johnny, thanks. There's the ball ripped down the line to the wall. Judge on his way to third. They're going to stop in there, and that's going to be a double for Gary Sanchez.
One of the things that the Tigers have been able to do pretty much the last couple of days, and that's keep Judge quiet and also keep Gary Sanchez quiet. When Jordan Zimmerman looks back at this inning, he's going to think about the pitch that Judge hit for the solid single after getting ahead of him with 2 breaking balls away. He tried to sneak that fastball by him, and Judge smoked it. It was no 2 pitch.
Brad going to the telephone. Going to the bullpen, a single double. Now the tying runs in scoring position. Nobody on for Didi Gregorius. Pretty cool for that father-son combo. Tigers fans going to see some really cool ballparks.
Yeah, I mean, kid graduated from high school, dad taking care of him. Road trip.
You got Fenway,
City Field, and Baltimore,
and Camden Yards, all good ones. Well, trouble now as the Tigers get the bullpen working. Here is Gregorius. Single fly out, and he popped it up. Ooh, that's going to help. And caught by Romine. 1 pitch, 1 out. Gregorius out of there.
Third time through the batting order right now for the Yankees, and you can see the numbers. Not horrible, just 275 against Jordan, so Jordan's going to have to continue to work and to make sure he can keep these guys off balance and somehow strand those 2 base runners standing on second and third.
Well, a good start by getting Gregorius on 1 pitch, and Bruce Rondon heating up.
Well, if Bruce comes in this inning, they'll be looking for a strikeout, and he'll probably get it as hard as he was throwing last night. He got up to 102.
Here is Matt Holliday. Holliday swings and misses. Man, he had a rip. Fastball up in the zone, swung right through it. Holliday was caught looking on a ball that he beefed about back in the 4th. That's when Zim struck out the side after giving up a leadoff single. The 0-1. Another pop-up. Shallow center field. Matuk coming in, and 2 gone. Runners will hold. A couple of key outs there for Zim. Hey, the Tigers battle the Pirates August 9th and 10th in Comerica Park. Save on great seats with the weekday value pack. Get 4 tickets, hot dogs, chips, and drinks, all for just $19 per person. Tigers.com or call 866-66-TIGER. One more big out to get now for Jordan. Chase Headley will step in.
You think they're considering walking Chase Headley as hot as he's been with the base opening and right-hander in the on-deck circle?
I was thinking the same thing. Frazier is a guy that they've been able to handle for the most part.
I know Frazier has decent numbers against Zimmerman, but Headley's been on fire for about 3 weeks now.
He's got a double in this game. And he'll look at strike one.
Good pitch. Change up to lead off Headley. You got to mix it up here.
Here's the 0-1.
Make it all the way around. Stop making it all the way around. So they'll go to 9. It'll be 9.
1 ball and 1 strike now on Chase Headley. Struck out in his last at bat, doubled in his first at bat. Zimmerman trying to strand a leadoff single and a double. Two and one.
Well, you wonder what this conversation is about. I mean, it's either about Sanchez, who's on second base, who's a catcher, who could relay signs very easily to the hitter here, Headley, if he chooses to do so, or is it reminding him of the open base and wanting him to understand that he does not have to give in to Chase Headley here with the open base?
Yeah, I'm wondering if that's more of what the conversation is, because I think you brought up a good point here. Do you really, really want to mess with this guy? As hot as he is. And now you've fallen behind. And a strike on the outer edge. And again, Headley can't believe it. He is really beefing now.
Well, that's the second time that
Dan Bellino says that's enough.
He tell him to get in the batter's box. He better get in there before he gets kicked out. Benefit of the doubt here again for Jordan Zimmerman. A nice job with the glove by James McCann, pulling it back over to the heart of the plate to get that call from Dan Bellino. James McCann has stolen a couple of strikes here today.
He has. 2-2 on Headley.
He already threw him 1 changeup. I don't know what he's going to go back to. Headley's already hit the curveball. That's what he hit down the right field line for a double. Best pitch so far has been a fastball. We'll see. Yep.
Ball high. Full count now, 3-2. That is the first 3-ball count for Zim in this game today.
He doesn't walk me.
Frazier on deck. Here's the 3-2. Time called. Zim was in his motion. And now McCann out to the mound again.
McCann must have saw something this time.
A late time.
Because he got up. And again, I don't know if the second base runner, which is a catcher, is trying to help out the hitter or not. But you always have to guard against that. It's just the way the game is.
80 now for Zimmerman. Swing and a miss. He struck him out. Headley strikes out. A huge strikeout for Zim, who was able to pitch around a single and a double to start the inning. No runs, 2 hits, 2 men left. And we go to the 7th inning, still 2-0 Tigers. Sports Detroit is brought to you by the Sam Bergstein Law Firm, official legal services sponsor of Fox Sports Detroit. Bell Tire, for tires and auto service, everybody needs a Bell Tire guy. And by Chevrolet, go for thrilling drives and deals at the Chevy Summer Drive. Chevrolet, find new roads. Well, the Tigers still lead 2-0. Marvelous job by Zimmerman to pitch out of the jam. And between innings, there was a conversation with Joe Girardi and Dan Bellino.
Well, first of all, Headley had a lengthy conversation with Dan Bellino, and then Joe Girardi came out to take over. He did not want Headley to get kicked out of the game. You can read Dan Bellino's lips. He's saying, "I'm not having a bad day." Yeah. Joe must have told him, "You're having a bad day."
He said, "I know when I'm having a bad day, and I'm not having one." Wall side change now. Here's Tommy Kahnle.
Hard thrower. They just acquired him from the Chicago White Sox a couple of weeks ago. The fastball gets up to triple digits. He also throws a lot of sliders.
In the air to left field. Ball is hit well. Moving back on into the track. Gardner hauls it in. 1 pitch, 1 out. That'll bring up Andrew Romine.
Kahnle has that fastball. I told you that gets all the way up to triple digits. When he's not throwing that fastball, for the most part, he's throwing you a slider, and he also has a changeup. How are you able to acquire the 8th inning guy and the closer from Chicago White Sox?
I don't know. They did it. Foul back. You know, so many teams, I think, at the deadline, Rod, make trades just to make trades to show that they're trying to do something. But it's the really good teams that are able to get things that they need, give up pieces they can afford to give up, but really help their club.
Dodgers did the same thing with Yu Darvish.
Here's the 0-1. Little chopper to the shortstop, cut off at third base by Frazier, and there are 2 gone. Let's check in now with Johnny Kane, who's got his summer adventure going today.
Hey, listen, guys, you know, anytime we get a chance to come out on the road, you know, you like to see what the city has to offer, and certainly we like to move ourselves around the ballpark as well. This is my first time being at Yankee Stadium, so special for me to have an opportunity to go see Monument Park, something that I'd only seen in pictures before. And you know what I said earlier today in the pregame show is you don't have to be a fan of the Yankees per se, but I think everybody respects the tradition and a little nostalgia about, you know, the way things were back in the 20s and whatnot. So Monument Park, you know, you've got 37 members of the Yankees organization that have been immortalized, and you know, you start looking at some of the names. I know you guys know it as well as anybody. You know, Gehrig, Ruth, Mantle, Maris. It just goes down the line. And I'm sitting up here with, you know, George Steinbrenner, the late owner of the Yankees, and there's a big plaque out there to commemorate the boss as well. And Derek Jeter is the latest, the former Yankee captain, so he's got himself a statue out there. But 22 numbers in all have been retired through the Yankees organization. But I'm telling you, if you're a fan of the game and you get an opportunity to do the MLB Stadium tour, I'm not sure what it costs, but get yourself a ticket and do that tour and get a look at Monument Park out here at straightaway center field.
Agreed, Johnny. You don't have to be a fan of the Yankees. You're right. I mean, the history here is very deep. It's incredible, but they also do a really good job of preserving it. And they've had so many great players over the years wear the pinstripes. The new Yankee Stadium. There's a little looper that's going to go foul. The old Yankee Stadium was certainly intimidating enough. And the man they referred to as the boss.
He was committed to winning, wasn't he?
He sure was. And win they did. 1 ball and 2 strikes on Kinsler. 2 gone here in the 7th. Tigers up by 2. Chop slowly third base side. He's going to pick it up. Quick throw. Got him. Nice play by Sanchez. 1, 2, 3 go the Tigers. Coming up the McLaren Health Plan 7th inning stretch. Your Metro Detroit Chevy dealers. Visit ChevyDetroit.com. See why Chevy triumphs the Motor City. And by Wallside Windows. We can do that. We are the factory.
Here is the Comerica Bank game summary. Tigers were able to get on the board first in the very first inning. Ian Kinsler, he ambushed Tanaka, the starter for the Yankees, on the very first pitch, base hit. Then a doozy followed with a base hit up the middle as well. Jay up a double down the third baseline. Tigers would plate 1 run in the first inning. And then they scored 1 more run after Mikey Ma took base on balls. A single that was bobbled by Ellsbury, and then Lyle Ma took the score from first base because he was hustling all the way. And that's where we sit right now. 2 for the Tigers, and the Yankees haven't scored yet.
Here is the comparison between Tanaka and Zimmerman. 7 strikeouts for Tanaka in this game.
Really, both guys good here today. Both guys have given up 6 hits. 7 strikeouts for Tanaka, 6 for Zim.
Time now for the Unlimited Baseball Break, brought to you by T-Mobile, and some happenings around the league. Evan Longoria hit for the cycle in last night's game.
It's already been done 6 times this year.
It's kind of hard to believe. And speaking of hard to believe, Chris Sale allowed 7 earned runs last night.
Yeah, that was wild.
Andrew Miller, placed on the 10-day DL with right patellar tendonitis. Well, that's really going to hurt the Indians, whose bullpen suddenly now has become a little bit, actually a lot thinner. Well, here come the Yankees now as Zim goes back to the hill. Rain still falling here. It has been for several innings. Lights are on. Tigers lead 2-0. It'll be Frazier, Torres, and Gardner in the 7th. Daniel Stump beginning to warm up. He's been really good out of the Tigers pen.
Been so good, Brad, and trust him very late in the game with a lead.
Steady rain falling as Frazier stands in. Here's the 0-1. Little chopper left side of the infield. Castellanos charging. Frazier is out, 1 away. Here's Ronald Torres. Jordan's so good in his last start. He has followed it up with another terrific effort here tonight, or today, although it's turning into tonight with the rain delay we had at the start of the game. Strikeout, ground out for the diminutive second baseman as he takes outside 1-0. Tigers on to Baltimore after this one, a 4-game series coming up in Camden Yards. Good look at the rain falling.
Hopefully the rain doesn't follow us to Baltimore.
The 1-1. Ground ball up the middle. Romine ranging left. 2 up, 2 down.
Kids at home, Romine does it about as well as any. Take a look at where the glove is. You always work from the ground up. He gets that glove all the way down to the ground. So if that ball does take a bad hop on him, he can simply adjust the glove up to make any necessary adjustments. But if you have your glove up and that ball somehow stays flat, you'll see balls get through guys' legs. Nice job by Andrew.
Brett Gardner is 1 for 3, batting with 2 outs. Slap foul out of play. Really the only outstanding scoring chance for the Yankees today, the 6th inning, single double to lead off the frame, and then Zimmerman really buckled down. In there is strike called.
Man, he has really used that fastball to his advantage today, to the right-handers and to the left-handers, and he's pitched inside aggressively. The Yankees, man, I mean, do they complain more than any team we've seen so far this year?
I mean, that was a pretty good pitch right there, but Gardner was jawbone.
I mean, they were beefing with the home plate umpire last night, all night long. Mike Estabrook.
The 0-2. Backed him out of there. This is only going to be the 90th pitch for Zim. Fouled away.
You think he's going to send him back out there today?
I would think he would. Kind of the same situation. You got the top of the order. Should he get Gardner here, you'd have 2, 3, and 4 in the next half inning. That'll go to the backstop. 2 and 2 now. You got to go to mid-June last year when the last time it was that Zimmerman completed back-to-back 7-inning starts. He is 1 out away from doing that here today. Little ground ball slowly. First base side. Zim will cover. Quick throw. Diving in. Safe. Gardner dives into first and is called safe by Jerry Lane.
And the ball topped in the infield, and Gardner really not running all that hard at the beginning. Then he realized that he had a chance to get there ahead of Jordan Zimmerman, or Mickey giving him the ball, and he makes it safely.
Tigers are challenging. It's out. Well, it's hard to tell where the hand was.
Well, I don't know for sure, but it doesn't look like to me that Jordan ever had his foot on the bag.
Oh, okay.
We'll see, though. They say on average, from the time that Brad tells the home plate umpire that they want to challenge, it's been taking about 1 minute and 6 seconds. So we'll see how long it takes today. Had a chance to visit the command center yesterday in Chelsea, the replay center.
Jerry Lane is the crew chief. He's had the headsets out now, and they also bring in the umpire who's called as questioned, and that would be in this case. Well, Jerry Lane was both, actually.
Meanwhile, it's starting to rain hard again.
I know it. It's coming down pretty good right now. We had an hour-and-a-half rain delay at the start of this one. So you said they're about 1.5 minutes?
About 1.5 minutes total time. Total time, but about 1.6 minutes from the time they tell Brad tells the home plate umpire what they want to do.
Out. They overturned that one. Out called.
That's great.
Here's another final look at that play, and Zim will go 7 in this game now, and Gardner is out. Wow. The 8th now, rain still falling here at Yankee Stadium. Mario and Rod back here at the ballpark. We had an hour-and-a-half rain delay at the start of this one, and well, Zim has looked really good today. That's 2 back-to-back now, and every time the Yankees threatened this game, some Dave answer.
I just like the way he's changed from inning to inning. I mean, he came out throwing a lot of breaking balls, then he switched to the fastball, adjusted to some changeups. He's really kept a good Yankee offense team off balance all afternoon long.
Tanaka, meanwhile, not all that bad either, but the rain's starting to really come down now, and the ground crew has no choice but to pull the tarp out of it. It's really raining hard.
Had a feeling they would have to do so, and they're going to have to hurry because it is coming down, and the one thing that you don't want to happen is this field to get too wet. Umpires are trying to hold on as long as possible, partner.
Yeah, and this is what makes it really challenging when the ground crew gets a late jump, and now with the driving rain, we got to roll this thing out and cover it up as quickly as they can because the infield is really getting wet right now.
And now Zim more than likely will be done for the night. If they were thinking about sending him back out there for the 8th, that's not going to happen now.
And it's coming down really hard right now. The wind's starting to kick up, which is also going to present a problem getting the tarp on the field.
Pretty good ground screw right here.
If you've never attempted this, and obviously most of you haven't, this is extremely difficult to do right here. With the wind whipping, that tarp is heavy. And
they got it done.
And they got it done quickly. That's really good work. So the ground crew here at Yankee Stadium covers up the field with the rain pouring in buckets now here at the ballpark. So we'll get our second delay in this game. We'll step aside, and the other side of this break, we'll go to the Call Sam Studios. Mickey York, Greg Monroe will be standing by, raining in the Rocks. this playing surface looks a whole lot better than it did even an hour ago, where there was standing water in the outfield. But they've done a whale of a job, and we will continue this game here from the Bronx. In the meantime, Tanaka will give way to Dellin Betances in a Walton Windows pitching change.
Yeah, Dellin Betances, one of the hard throwers out of the back end of the bullpen for the New York Yankees. He's got a fastball that tops out at about 99 miles an hour. And when he's not throwing that fastball, he's throwing a slider. So really only 2 pitches for Betances. Fastball, slider. You see his numbers, not all that bad. 2.61 ERA, 14 holds. He's pitching in his 43rd game this year.
So Betances comes in over 16 strikeouts per 9, which is the second best mark in the major leagues among relievers. And the hard-throwing right-hander will try and keep this a 2-0 game as we go to the 8th. The Tigers will have a Ducey, Upton, and Cabrera. They're 2, 3, and 4 hitters. They got a run in the first on the double by Jay Up, and a run in the 4th on a single and an error by the center fielder Ellsbury. So as Betances continues to warm up, we tell you that MLB.com at bat is your #1 mobile app for live Tigers baseball. Stay connected with a fully customizable experience. Get Tigers home screen icons, app features, as well as game day, live game video highlights, radio broadcast, statcast news, and more. Download MLB.com at bat today. Bruce Rondon warming up in the Tigers pen, so he will continue this game from the Detroit side. In the meantime, Betances goes to work now.
We had a feeling it would be Rondon, and if Rondon is successful, it'll be Green in the 9th, who threw 24 pitches yesterday, but Greeny should be good to go.
So here we go. We resume today's ball game, and Betances throws a strike to Jim Ducey.
This much we do know. The New York Yankees were not about to let us get out of town with a 2-0 victory after 7 innings. We would have stayed there all night.
4 hours, 37 minutes of delays when you count both of them today.
And good slider there thrown by Betances. Throws a lot of sliders, and he's got a good one.
0-2 on a Ducey, single, double, ground out. Now the 0-2 pitch is swung on and missed, trying to hold up. He went around.
Oh my goodness, that was wicked.
You will notice the red dot on Fox Tracks, and that means any pitch thrown 95 or above. But that one right there was a wicked breaking one. Ducey all tied up. 1 away here in the 8th. Here is Justin Upton. Tigers 2 runs, 6 hits. Yankees no runs on 6 hits. It seems like Upton's RBI double was a day ago. It happened in the first inning to get the Tigers on the board. He looks at a strike, 0-1.
Betances averages 16 strikeouts per 9 innings. So if he does throw you that first pitch fastball, you better be swinging at it, because if you don't, that's when he's going to go to that wicked slider.
Upton waits on the 0-1. Strike called. The outside corner, 0-2. Well, after sitting around for a couple of hours, both teams trying to get recharged again. Get the adrenaline back up. The 0-2. And he got him. Strike 3. Caught him looking. 99 miles an hour. Couple of strikeouts for Betances.
Couple of breaking balls, and he comes back with a mid-90s fastball. Actually 99. That's right down the middle. Jay Up couldn't pull the bat off his shoulders on that particular pitch. It's kind of tough, man. 2-hour rain delay come out and try to hit 99.
Well, you know what? The Yankees aren't going to have much fun either against Rondon.
No, they're not.
There's a strike call by Cabrera, and that was the ball that appeared to be out of the zone.
Nothing but
Mickey is saying.
Nothing but strikes so far for Betances.
Dan Bellino's heard it from really most of the Yankees today about his strike zone. The 0-1. Swing and a miss. 99 from Betances. 0-2 on Cabrera. Got him swinging. Man, oh man. Betances putting on a clinic here in the 8th. He strikes out the side rather impressively.
That was nasty.
coming up, and they will face Bruce Rondon, who will take over for the Tigers out of their bullpen.
And Rondon was good in last night's game. As a matter of fact, he got up to 102 in last night's contest. He'll need to be as good here tonight to keep the score right where it's at.
What kind of a pitching change is this?
So wall side windows pitching change.
Of course. Rondon will face 2, 3, and 4 Ellsbury, Judge, and Sanchez. Jacoby Ellsbury is single in 3 at bats in this ball game. Up to the bullpens now after terrific outings from both Tanaka and Zimmerman. Castellanos on the grass at third defensively. And the first one is in for a strike at 99 miles an hour. Betances threw 9 pitches, all strikes.
Amazing.
And the Tigers win 1-2-3. Here's the 0-1. Fouled away, 0-2. Two, 3, and 4 in the lineup for Joe Girardi. Yankees were willing to wait around all day for this one. This is a very important game for them. They trailed Boston by half game in the American League East. Boston is being delayed by rain at home against the Indians. That is the first pitch that has missed the strike zone since we restarted this game. And not too many folks left. At one point there were better than 43,000 here, but those that have stuck around, hardy souls. Way outside, 2 balls and 2 strikes. Here's the 2-2. And low. Ball 3 now on Jacoby Ellsbury.
As Mario told you when Betances was out there, when you see the red dots show up in the strike zone, that means that pitch 95 and above. So 3 of the 5 that Rondon has thrown have been 95 miles an hour or above.
Bouncing ball to short. Romine surrounding his throw, not in time. It'll be an infield hit for Jacoby Ellsbury. Leadoff man on. That'll bring in Aaron Judge.
Jacoby Ellsbury still has a lot of speed. Romine, the do-or-die play, got in. He didn't bobble it, but he didn't get out of his glove as quickly as possible. But that's because the runner was running so fast and he had to rush it in do-or-die fashion. And now Jacoby Ellsbury might be trying to steal second base, depending on how wet the track is.
Power against power here. That'll get away from McCann, and the runner advances. Wild pitch.
And Tigers already have some activity in their bullpen. Looks like Alex Wilson is up, so Brad Ausmus's not going to wait around very long here with Bruce Rondon if he doesn't have it here in the 8th.
Daniel stumped the lefty along with Alex Wilson. After Judge, they have Sanchez. Judge in the ball game with a double. He's also been, or make it a single rather, he's also struck out and flied out.
If in fact Rondon has the 8th and is successful getting the Yankees out, and Green has the 9th, Rondon's the one that's going to have to do the heavy lifting here tonight.
Yeah, good point. Middle of the lineup. And he missed again. 2-0. Way inside, 3 balls and no strikes on Judge. That ball almost hit him at 99.
How long will the leash be tonight, you think?
I don't know. Last night he was so good. He got the ground out from Frazier in the big spot in the 7th inning, but I don't know that Brad's going to wait around too long, as you said. Got a couple of pretty good hitters coming up. Here's the 3-0 pitch. Judge will take. It's a strike call. Tigers got one in the first, one in the 4th. They have thinned out in the judge's chambers. Court's in recess, apparently.
Alternate jurors.
Swing and a miss, 3-2 now as he came in at 89 miles an hour.
Good pitch in a 3-1 count. Outstanding pitch, as a matter of fact.
Full count.
Now, if you're Judge, you have no idea what you're going to get.
Swing and a miss. He struck him out.
Nice job by Bruce Rondon, falling behind 3 balls, no strikes, to come back and strike out Aaron Judge with back-to-back slide pieces. Outstanding command with the pitches. Can't throw a better slider than that.
Still work to do as Sanchez strolls in. He's had a double and he's been hit by a pitch in this game. He's got power, 16 homers.
He has swung at a lot of first pitches as well in the 3-game series. You want to attack him with strike 1, but you want to make sure it's a quality pitch.
That one spun around McCann, 1-0.
Yeah, Rondon kind of lucky he didn't get charged with the second wild pitch of the inning.
Infield single by Ellsbury. He went to 3-0 on Judge, came back to strike him out. Ooh, look out. He was moving up in the batter's box, and that ball almost hit him. 2-0 on Sanchez. Tigers lead 2-0. We're in the bottom of the 8th. Man on, a man out. Missed again. Now he's gone 3-0 on back-to-back hitters. Chapman warming up in case the Yanks were to take the lead here. (3-0) on Gary Sanchez. Taking all the way, 3-1. Gregorius waiting on deck. In there, a strike on the outside corner, and Bruce got the benefit of the call there. Full count now, 3-2.
Well, you wonder if he has enough confidence in coming back with that same slider that he was able to strike out Aaron Judge with on the 3-2 pitch. Pretty much all fastballs to Sanchez, with the one breaking ball that missed inside for ball 2. Sanchez as deep as he could possibly get in that batter's box because Rondon throws so hard.
Another deep breath for Bruce. Ellsbury at second with 1 out. The 3-2. Ground ball left side. Castellanos on the backhand. And there are 2 gone. Runner holds at second. Sanchez retired. We'll bring up D.D. Gregorius. So once again, Bruce comes back from falling behind 3-0. And now Gregorius. Single and 3 at-bats for the Yankee shortstop. Bruce teetering on the brink here a little bit, but he's been able to come back nicely in the last 2 hitters. And that is sliced foul out of play 0-1.
Nice to see him get ahead of one, though. That's for sure.
And that came in at triple digits. So both teams seeing some heavy, high-octane fastballs from both Betances and Rondon coming out of the rain delay.
Tigers fans hung around during the rain delay.
The 0-1. Another foul back, and again at 100 miles an hour. Bruce pretty much laying it right in there.
Yeah, and as you can imagine, D.D. Gregorius, although having a very good year, he was tardy on both of those triple-digit fastballs. But most guys in baseball would be tardy on them.
Now Bruce has him 0-2. Little chopper to first, foul. Tigers trying to hold on to a 2-0 lead. We're in the bottom of the 8th in a game that has had 2 separate rain delays. One at the beginning of the ball game, about an hour and a half, and then of course the long rain delay, which started at 4:50 this afternoon. Swing and a miss. He struck him out. McCann will throw to first to complete the strikeout, and the inning is over. Nice job by Rondon. 2 strikeouts in the inning, and we will go to the 9th. The Tigers up 2. All right, guys, it is 2-0 as we go to the 9th, and Dellin Betances is still out there. This will be his 2nd inning.
He threw a ball.
After 9 straight strikes in the 8th, he's falling behind Castellanos, then Martinez and Matuk here.
Have you ever seen an immaculate inning before?
Yeah, I'm sure I've seen one. I can't recall, but that was pretty impressive. 9 pitches, 9 strikes.
And 3 strikeouts.
Betances has gone more than 1 inning 5 times this year, but he hadn't done it since June 15th. Tigers trying to tack on here in the 9th, leading by 2. Swing and a miss.
Boys are throwing hard. Not only Betances, but also Bruce Rondon.
One and 2 the count on Castellanos. Nick 2 punch outs to the fly out. Now the 1-2. Oh man. Top part of the strike zone. Breaking ball got him looking.
Here is the immaculate inning in case you missed it. 9 strikes. He started off with the Ducci. Threw him 3 straight and punched him out. Up step Justin Upton next. He also got Upton on a couple of different breaking balls. The last one was absolutely nasty. And then Miggy finished him off with a couple different breaking balls. So 9 pitches, 9 strikes, and he struck out everybody. I can't ever remember seeing anything like that, but I'm sure I probably have.
Ball high. I think Carrasco apparently did it for the Indians against the Tigers this year.
This year. Yeah, I knew somebody else had done it this year.
Tigers, by the way, have struck out 32 times in this series and got a chance to win 2 out of 3.
You'll take that, won't you?
Absolutely. Slow roller back up the middle. And Martinez will be out, and there are 2 gone now here in the 9th. 5 in a row retired by Betances. By the way, baseball proudly supports the ALS Home Health Initiative, which provides in-home care for those affected by Lou Gehrig's disease. Go to MLB.com/for Pete's sake to learn more. 2 up, 2 down, and here is Mikey Matuk. Yankees will have 6, 7, 8 coming up when we get to the bottom of the 9th. Holiday, Headley, Frazier due up. Matuk takes ball 1 inside. Mikey walking a run scored. There's Shane Green. He'll be coming on and try and close it down. Green had a great quote after the game last night. He had so much adrenaline going, he got on the brink of blacking out. But it didn't look like it on the mound, did it?
Well, he was throwing 98. I knew he was amped up once I saw 98 because I can't ever remember seeing him register 98 on any gun in any league since we've seen him on our team.
2-0 on Mikey. He'll take 2-0 breaking ball in for a strike. Way outside, and now the count goes 3-1.
If the Yankees played basketball, man, they'd have a real nice front line, wouldn't they?
Oh, they sure would.
Betances and Chapman,
Judge,
and big Aaron Judge in right field.
They'd be posting some people up, wouldn't they?
Yes, they would be.
3-1.
Joe could be the point guard.
3-1 pitch. That is ball 4. It'll be a 2-on walk. Second walk of the game from Matuk. We'll bring up James McCann. Jason Shreve warming up now, the left-hander in the bullpen for the Yanks. McCann had that big single back in the 4th that was misplayed by Ellsbury in center field, allowing a run to score. turned a 1-0 game into a 2-0 game. Gave the Tigers a little bit of breathing room.
100 with that last fastball thrown by Betances.
We need to find a different color for 100. 95 and above is red.
Yeah, they do need to find a different color.
I'm telling you, man.
It's a whole different ball game.
It is. That's the next level. Here's the 0-1. Runner goes. Strike call. Throw to second. Tag not in time. Safe. Mott took a swipe.
Mikey Montauk had a tremendous jump off first base. Dellin Betances really wasn't paying any attention to him. He had about 7 steps underneath his belt before Sanchez threw from one knee and made it somewhat close. Sanchez showing off his arm strength.
He's gone ahead though, 0-2 on McCann. Bouncing ball back towards second. That'll be routine there for Torres, and that'll end the inning. No runs, a walk, 1 left. Here comes Shane Green to try and close it out.
Green got his first opportunity to save a game after Justin Wilson traded to the Chicago Cubs. He came in the 8th and promptly threw a double play ball. He worked himself into a little trouble in the 9th inning, but he was able to get out of it. He had a mixture of really good sliders and a fastball that topped out at 98 miles an hour. There he gets Clint Frazier, the young rookie, to pop out with runners on second and third.
So Shane Green is on, and he is our wall side windows pitching change.
Fastball, cutter, slider, curveball for Greeny. He has all 4 pitches. He's a former starter. 5-out save in last night's contest.
Some defensive changes for the Tigers. Iglesias coming into the ball game now, playing short. Romine will go to third base. Castellanos out of the game. Green is in on the mound. So Shane now will face Holiday, Headley, and Frazier here in the 9th, guarding a 2-run lead. First pitch grounded to short. They find the new guy. Iglesias scoops it up and throws him out.
It always happens that way. Anytime the manager inserts someone for defensive purposes, that ball usually gets hit to him on that first batter. I don't know why it happens that way, but it is very common.
Iglesias didn't start either of the last 2 games with a sore wrist. But he's back in there for defensive purposes here in the ninth. Here's Chase Headley. Double in the second, strikeouts each of his last 2 at-bats. Showing bunt, strike 1.
The Yankees have not lost back-to-back games since July 16th and 17th. So the Tigers trying to do something that doesn't happen very often, let alone beat the Yankees here in their ballpark.
Only been shut out once this year. We mentioned this is a team that really plays well at home. 32-19 here at Yankee Stadium. The Tigers on the verge of hopefully taking 2 out of 3.
From an offensive standpoint, they average over 5 runs a game at home as well. But the Yankees, Tigers pitching, it's been pretty good in the series.
Good pitch, got him looking, strike 3.
Good two-seam fastball at 96. I like Greeny when he stays right around 95, 96 because he got some late life, some explosion on that two-seam fastball. You can see it as soon as it got into the hitting zone. McCann has done a marvelous job today behind the dish.
Here's Todd Frazier, the last chance now for the Yankees. Frazier 0 for 3. Swing and a miss.
Shane Green looks the part, doesn't he?
He sure does. You know, we said that about Justin Wilson when he took over for K-Rod. And Green has been the 8th inning guy, but he has slotted nicely into the 9th. He's got the stuff.
Yeah, for sure.
Fouled away. Now it's 0-2. 1 strike away from winning the series here in the Bronx. Frazier has moved to the on-deck circle. He would pinch hit for Torreyes if it gets that far.
He made the final out of the game last night, Clint Frazier, popping up in the infield against Shane Green.
Now the 0-2. Missed outside. Green ready with the 1-2. Swing and a miss. He struck him out. And the Tigers win 2 out of 3 in New York.
Look out, Greeny. I see you.
An impressive 9th inning for Shane Green. Now we send you to the Coliseum Studios. Mickey York standing by with Tigers Live postgame.